Okay, the machine just happened to take a little profit there, so we'll take it. Notice what time swing machine goes off on the 5 minute, 3:40 a.m. Europe pretty much opens up at 3. And here in the States, there's videos of this. At least they used to be. Not sure. It's been never talked about since. There was one time it was in their interest. The markets were getting very rocky and choppy, and they stuck a camera. The reporter's name was, I think, Yemen Javers, his name. I don't even know if he's still around. And he went to what was called the war room in the U.S. Treasury, or the markets room, and they stuck a camera in there. I was shocked. This goes back in like 2009, 2010, maybe. And there is a war room in the U.S. Treasury down in the basement. If you do a Google search, you might find the interview, maybe not. And there, and he stuck a microphone, and there's all the little, all the little central planners. They're all behind computer screens. There's dozens and dozens of these. And he talked about what they were trying to do was breathe confidence into the public that the US government is on the job. And I'm just thinking crazy bastards, but they're starting at 4 a.m. and they got, they're actually there all night. And they, as he described it, they monitor the markets. But rest assured, they can reach any CEO of any company. They can reach the CEO of any and all hedge funds. They can affect, now are they buying and selling? He claimed they weren't, but it doesn't matter. They don't have to be doing any of that. They can get their emissaries to do that. So 3:40 a.m. we see a lot of moves, a lot of big moves in that window. Especially 3. And like I say, the ECB is coming online, the London Central Bank is coming online, and our bank. So we see a lot of moves. So this move started on the NQ. So if Powell is job owning and got something to say in another half hour, his hedge fund buddies got it, at 3:40. Wouldn't be surprised. If you were there, if you were up for it, or you had your machine programmed for it, and you had one mini on, you're up $4,000. If you had a micro, you're up 400. If you had 10 minis, you're up 40,000. So for that, you can probably take the rest of the day off. They're trading thousands of these things. where, where, you know, imagine having their job. Oh my goodness, right? So those guys, you think, um, they are those folks that are running these hedge. They're so insulated from the money. They can't think about it because you'd have to add zeros, a whole bunch of zeros to it. So if you're out there on YouTube land, and thank you for stopping by. I am Bagadon. This is Stock Market Caddy, and you are trying to trade the money. You are trying to make decisions. What do I mean by that? If you're trying to make a decision day in and day out, okay, I'm up 250. All right, I'm going to take that profit. Okay, now I'm up 310. I'm going to take that profit. Okay, now I'm up, 700. Oh, now I'm down 200. Now I'm going to do this. And you're making decisions based on this window. You're going to get worn out. It's just kind of, and you might be able to do it for a string of trades, but it's not sustainable. I'm sorry, and they know that, and they want you to do it. It's the London Open IO at 3. Oh, you think it's the London Open maybe that sets the stage, or is it at 4? The ECB, I think it's the ECB is at 3. Maybe London's at 4. Our markets, of course, don't open until publicly until 9:30, but 3 a.m. your time is the London Open. Got it. London Open. Um, what would be Germany? I should probably just put up a clock, right? But you would think I would know. Now there used to be, you know, and we can put our machines on this. I'll point this out to IL too. There used to be like right before 3 a.m. the euro would run every single day, every single for about a half hour. They'd just buy up the euro. I don't know if that's still the case, but but so this Treasury War Room opens at 4 a.m. at 4 a.m. And like I say, and they got people there, and they've never done it afterwards. I was shocked that they did it, and they were trying to instill confidence that while you're sleeping, the feds are on the job. I mean that just made me want to get up earlier. Like, what the hell are they doing? You know, maybe I need to be up at 4 a.m. and we are many times. But rest assured, I get my sleep. I get my 6 hours someplace during the day. We're able to do it, especially now with the machinery that we have. So again, on YouTube, thanks for stopping by. Today is March 7th at about 9:20, 9:25 to be exact. You are on delay because of YouTube. Um, we're punching up occasionally. You never know when we're going to go live. And we'll be here working on some of the things. We go live on YouTube to give you a glimpse of what it is we're doing, what it is we're looking at. It's not everything, right? We got multiple screens, multiples of tools. We've been staying with this view this week because we've been working with a particular program, and we thought you might find it interesting. For the week, the beginning balance here on Tuesday is 25,000, and we're at 28,300, running one mini contract on one market, namely the NQ, the crazy aunt in the basement, and it's been fully robotic. Hey Tina, how are you? Good to see you. This was the closing balance yesterday, and then at 3 a.m. She started trading, and she's still trading. So you'll see the trades going in and out. We have been told by our members, I can't say that I track this as closely anymore, but it will jostle things. We have Powell beating his gums, the Wizard of Oz. Right? And if you haven't heard the story too, if you Google it, the Wizard of Oz, the movie, The Wizard of Oz, was written, I think, in the 1920s, 1930s, and supposedly the writer was depicting the central bank. There's all sorts of comparisons if you watch the thing. And the yellow brick road, the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain, and there's all sorts of parallels to it. And they made it into a little story of sorts. Many times we think that history began with us, like we were the only ones to know this game, right? There's a little cartoon, I'll have to copy it too out. There's a little cartoon that was circulating online yesterday from 1967, a Donald Duck cartoon talking about inflation and about money printing. 1967. And when we were attached to the gold standard, and why the government in this, I'll get a copy of it, couldn't you just couldn't print billions and billions of dollars. Little did he know what was coming in 1972, 73 when Nixon took us off the gold standard, and really that's where the bubble economics began. It's anchored to nothing. It's just paper. But so this game didn't start with us. They've been doing this a long time. Have fun. Any questions, let us know. Um, Today, we're up 450 from where we started. Yeah, that's just about right. And as as our systems recalibrate overnight, and so this is what you're looking at. Be careful. Okay, he just absorbed a punch. That was a stop loss. The most sensitive. Now, we don't trade swing machine, and we're not trading it here today, but you can see these little red dots showing up, the little red ones. The most sensitive part is the ball flight, particularly this section here and on the 1 minute. So somebody is tripping off, and it could be just trailers, right? So there's a little machine in there that is doing a little bit of selling on the 1 minute. You can see it tripping off. And you can get pretty good with it. Susan will see some of those and it will be pretty aggressive to take profit. But right now the 5 minute is driving this market. It's been long, it's been long since 340. They got huge fat profits, and you're not seeing any selling on the 5 minute at all, right? And 3 minutes right there with it. The 1 minute, this is just 11 minutes. So you could be trading around it. You're going to do much better if you continue to buy, take the buy signals until this 5 minute gives up the ghost. Now, this program is not trading swing machine. It's doing something different, and it's down a little bit. We'll see how it does today. You'll always make more money, faster money, if you can have the patience and discipline to keep with the 5 minute on swing. The counter trades are tempting. Those are counters when the 1 minute goes against the 5. They're tempting, but they're going to be more difficult. They're going to pay less, and they're going to create a little bit of stress in your life. But we will work with folks during the Q school if you're trading. We're not trading it right here, right now. We're letting this run, but this is still driving. You know, the impression might be that if we got a 5 minute interval, we're going to be trading every 5 minutes. We haven't. We've been in here for hours. Okay, so the program is still grinding. Had a little bit of a dry down there. Just took a winning trade. Swing machine is just ridiculous, right? Ridiculous. Beautiful. Swing machine goes long at 340 on the 5 minute. If you went long, it stayed long. Maybe you hedged the 1 minute occasionally, hedged it. If you decided to trade the 1 minute in the direction of the five, yeah, 56 minutes ago, you'd be up 1700. Did you take 1,000? Did you take 500? You would have taken what you took, and that's fine. Um, but we'll see if the program can get us profitable today. Now we have eyes for where we are in the week. We don't want to be trading tomorrow. So we want to protect this account profit and see if we can have a good further day, get profitable, and then look to shut down. Is that cheating? Yeah, yeah, it is cheating. Yep, when you can quit early, that's why the casinos won't let you reach into the roulette wheel and stop the spin. Um, those are games of chance, pure chance. Here you have a lot of control, and it's just learning to control what you can control. But for those that are passing by on YouTube at any time of the day, don't hesitate. We'll let you watch. NVIDIA now up $32. Boom, boom, boom. Imagine that. Crazy. 918. I gotta believe the thing's going to 1,000. I just think it's driving there, and it could go higher. Could go to 2,000. Could go to 3,000. I'm not, trying to nail the top on that thing at all. It is, it is what it is. She's up. Swing machine on a daily basis is up 100% in 84 days. Doubled your money. Of course, if you used options, man alive. Just kept selling put credit spreads every week on that thing. Oh, incredible. On a daily basis, the VIX went short 88 days ago. 88 days ago. The S&P, it went long 82 days ago. The S&P is up 771 points since November 8th off of Swing Machine. It's up 17.59%. So I just remind everybody, especially those that are passing through on YouTube, you don't have to trade intraday. We love it. You can trade every few days. You can trade every few weeks. You can also invest. You can we still think investing is trading. It's just that the time horizon might be measured in months, maybe years. You can still use Swing Machine to cull out those opportunities when they present and then use it to manage. You will do far better than listening to, anything, including me, because I just go to the tools and try to look and interpret the tool. But if you are investing and looking for investment opportunities, you've got to be looking on a monthly basis, and they're not going to come when they come. They're going to come, they're going to be very infrequent. And then when you're in them, you'll be in them, for maybe for years. It's okay. We're not We're about capturing profits intraday, daily swing, investing. At some point you would think you'd want to realize those profits. Otherwise, what's the point, right? Unless you want to leave it to, to your nieces and nephews and kids, which is okay. I got to tell you guys, we just took Ted and Abby for a quick walk. We have he's gonna be a young guy. I think he's 30s, and got a big ass house in our neighborhood, and he flies a Bitcoin flag. God, in front of his house. Um, where you would have a flag, a US flag, presumably, hanging out front over your front door. Yeah, a big, I'm talking not a tiny flag. I'm talking something that is like, oh God, it's got to be, 8 by 12 or something. It's huge, huge. And it's a Bitcoin flag. Like, okay. It's got a Rolls Royce. I don't know. It's craziness. He's been here a couple of years, so For annual members, I do want you to know we have it on our list of things to do. I want to mention it to you so we don't forget. We won't forget. We got it written down. But one of the things that we want to do is capture this, the data that's over here, and to write programs. If the 5 minute or if the 1 hour is in if maybe all three are in Euphoria, or if the major ones are in Euphoria, and you get a cell on the 1 minute, that sort of thing, to pick up the counter trades, right? We think that we can use this data. We're always so focused on over here, right? Maybe we even have one day a P&L column over here for the counter, but we think this can be we can do so much more than what we've been doing here with counter trading, right? It's very seductive, but it's so important to be really, really disciplined on your counter trades. And so we do have it. It's been down on the list, and it is something that we will do. But feel free to remind us. Share it with you. And we bring your eyes to it. The idea would be, if the 5 minute or is at, 70, 80, 90 in Euphoria, or the 1 hour is in Euphoria, we might want to be thinking about trying to, maybe, taking some counters. I'm not suggesting folks do that here and now. We would like to be able to write the program so that we can do what? So that we can back test it, see what we see. For those that are passing through on YouTube, I mean, that's everything that we're about. We're we're not trying to we're trying to build a repetitive golf swing around where we are at the time, and not to be trading emotionally, and trying to force something like, I'm down 436, I better get a trade on. I'm not going to do that. Got to get that money back, right? We don't want any of that. Good morning, Ken. Ken, I'm about to send you right now the updated swing machine. And I don't know if you can hear me or not. You let me know. You asked about setting up, some of the nuances of setting up swing machine. If you go to SMC, um, or yeah, the Pro Shop, smcproshop.com, and go to the annual members tab and the radar library. You'll see there's a whole host of videos in there, but the very first video is how to set up a radar. So you let me know. And good morning, Steve. Steve, good to see you. You're gonna be next up, actually. Um, I wanted to share with you the the Swing Machine Plus has been updated to create to have a column for percent return, and we've also consolidated the count. It's exactly the same, but we've consolidated it to one column. And then, this is a little cosmetic here, but the percent return, not that important to us during the day, but it might be very, very helpful to you with stocks on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. So I'm going to bundle it up. I'm going to rename it. Well, I won't rename it. I'm going to put it in the same name, but I just want to alert everybody. If I do that, if you go to load it in, you may have to dress up your radars again. So I don't want to create work if it's something you may or may not want. This program, by the way, is exactly the same program that we've been running the last couple of days. If anyone's got any specific questions, this is something we've been working on the last couple of weeks, and this is still a beta. It's a modified HFT2, specifically for PNF folks. Specifically for PNF. This is still a PNF view, but anybody wants any details, we'll have a beta copy by the weekend. And any questions, you let me know. Good morning, Steve. Is it okay, Steve, with you if I put the new radar under your old radar name so that when it comes through, you'll simply just overwrite it? But you may have to repopulate your radars. So I can't really get around that, but I do think you're okay with it? Okay. I do think that, the percent return again on stocks, so we're getting a lot more members that are trading stocks and options, and that's what they want to trade. So they wanted the percent return. And it's interesting to see, right? You know, it really is. There've been Nvidia, the Nvidia signal on Swing Machine, which has been the hottest stock here in some time, but on a daily basis, went long back on November 7th. And today it's up 100%, 101%, I think it is, on a daily. Apple, Apple on Swing Machine went short 10 days ago. It's up about 10% on the short side. So now, of course, if you use options, look at this wicked triangle here. Look at that. Holy smokes. There's going to be a big break here, folks. Intraday. Oh, I'm going to bundle it up for you right now, Steve. You'll have it in the next 30 minutes. Tell you what, Steve, I'm going to rename this for you as a completely new one, and maybe put a date there because you've got some older radars too. And I'm not sure they got even the plus delineation on there. I don't see it. So I'm going to send this as a completely new one with a little date on it, so that you can distinguish for yourself. Unfortunately, you would have to, repopulate it. What I would do is if you have older radars built, I would keep the one that you have, and then I'd load in the new one, and then copy the symbols, or then delete it, I guess, and then you would have the symbols. Um, but I see that you have some older ones, and I I want you to have a way of distinguishing the newest and best. There I see it. Yeah, we had called you a Swing Machine Plus, with Fair Gauge. Um, I'm going to let you keep that one, and I won't override it. So that's what you have. This newest one will simply be Swing Machine Plus Radar, and it'll be Steve, and it'll have a date, March 7th. So you know it's updated. So you can you know, upgrade it, update it when you're inclined to. So we won't force you to, because if you overwrite it, you'd have to update it right away, so. And while I have you, and just remind everybody, so what's going to be different about the new Swing Machine? The biggest one is going to be the percent return again for the daily stocks. Intraday, if you don't want to see it, you could hide it so that we could make room for this. What we did was We now call this the signal age in bars too. New people were asking, like, I forget what we even called it, but we had two columns, one for the long side, one for the short side, and we just consolidated. It's doing exactly the same thing, but we just consolidated it. So this has been long for 92, 1 minute segments. And then we just cosmetically, folks are asking, what do you mean by T-box? So we just call it trade entry signal now. Don't get too cute with it. But and that's really it. There's no other no other change. But like I say, it is interesting, whether it be a daily or weekly. um, and I would have all the stocks that I mildly have any interest in. You'd have hundreds of them, thousands of them. I think right now 5 or 6 thousand stocks. You'd have to have multiple radars, but you'll see them. And the stocks that are in definitive downtrends, like Pfizer, you take Pfizer's, has been in a short for like 180 days. Yeah, you could keep a watch on it because it will come out of its downtrend at some point. The swing machine will see it, and that's when I would want to buy, as an example, Pfizer. But look at this. They just Fed is speaking today. I think he's probably going to lunch, but evidently he's given the banksters what they need and want, which is more money and more liquidity. Inflation, screw them, tax them. God, oh my goodness, we won't go there. But I think he's beating his gums tomorrow too in D.C. Of course, the Fed is not political. Not at all. Oh, and I didn't put that order in, but the machine did. And so we got a long one. Now, we haven't intervened on this strategy. Steve, just to share with you too, you may not have heard us. This is a modified HFT2, and we think we've had a bit of a breakthrough with the ordering. And we'll explain in the beta video, but we think, when I saw you last, would have been last week, and there were some issues we were having. But we think we've had a bit of a breakthrough here. So we're staying focused on right now PNF. And we'll be here for probably a few weeks actually on PNF because we want to go back and revisit a number of other programs. So, but we'll keep you posted. Yeah, this has been running since Tuesday morning. We are beginning balance 25,000, and we've been running it. It's been turning on at about 3 in the morning automatically, and turning off at about 3 in the afternoon, 3:30. And so I have not. I don't think I've scalped once. I mean, maybe once, but I don't even think I've done that. So this position is up. Right now, real time, what 2,000, 2,300 or so, thereabouts. So we're off a little bit off of the high. We were higher. The account value was up to about 28.2, 28.3. So we've pulled back a little bit, and but we'll see how it plays out. Also, too, we're just reminding everybody, if you need some, we don't work with the radars all the time, and so you may forget how to set them up. If you go to the SMC Pro Shop, which is the members webs.com, which is the members website, and if you go to the annual tab and you go to the radar library, the very first video is how to set up a radar. So I just, as a friendly reminder, all of the support videos, Q School videos, the libraries, they're now there, all on the SMC Pro Shop. We've consolidated all of that, so everything is right there. If you have any issues getting access, don't hesitate. And if you are looking for something specific, definitely let us know because maybe we don't have it there, and we will get it there. I'm a little bit behind in the trading tips that we wanted to be adding. We will be adding throughout the year. And again, we had that, that COVID battle here, Susie and I. So it put us behind a little bit. For folks that are watching or that might be passing through on YouTube, don't hesitate. We're doing our thing here. We're not running a trading room, so I don't know if that's someone's expectation. There are people that do that, shadow this, shadow that. I think there's even, traders that, we're not doing that. We don't believe in that. I did that years ago. It wasn't any fun. I don't want to be, it's my money. It's my time. I want to do my thing. I want to play my game. And so when we set out to do this, I told Susan, I, I need to share everything with our members, everything that I have. I need to be able to talk openly with them so that they can play their game. They can do their thing. So, we're doing what we're doing, but could we have a member? I'm sure that we do. I certainly hope that we do. Do we have a member that his machine was programmed this morning? He could be up 6 grand. He could be up 60 grand. You know, um, I, you know, that's why I a little facetious here, but say, when they communicate with me, just communicate with profit factor so that I don't feel bad. But um, but it's entirely possible. Okay, so the machine just took one on the chin. So we'll pull back here a little bit, but we're going to let it continue to run. She's has struggled a little bit today. Okay, and so we got Powell, Jeff. Thank you. Jeff is letting us know he finishes with Congress today, so both houses, I guess. And then tomorrow, lovely, tomorrow 8:30, we got another jobs employment number. Now, rest assured, the market knows what that number is. He knows what it is. The hedge funds know what it is. The CEOs, I mean, they're in the club. They know. Um, now they can sell, right? They can sell their positions without actually selling, right? It's called hedging. They can go into the options market and transparent to anyone, and that may be, odd to people, but they can sell covered calls, they can construct, option trades so that, if and when the market gets hammered, and if it's tomorrow and they know the jobs number, as the market runs up like this, they could be they could be holding their core positions and putting on huge leverage bets for the other side. And when the sheep get shared, because they're playing, they get CNBC on and they're going to be waiting for this number and that number or whatever, then they're going to react. So they're protected. They don't have, um, they don't have that kind of exposure, right? Just want, again, folks that are passing through on YouTube, I'm Bagadon. This is Stock Market Caddy. It is about 11:30. We're not doing these YouTube sessions to prove an outcome or to demonstrate. I mean, we would like for them to be doing well at every minute of every day, but that's not, um, real. Um, we do the YouTube sessions just to create a little bit of awareness so that folks can see what we're doing, how we're approaching it, and have a chance to ask questions. Swing Machine is not being traded today, but it's been really, really doing a good job these last few weeks, months, years. If you want us to plug in any market, any stock on any interval, don't hesitate. Just let me know. I'm happy to do it. I like to show off the baby. Swing Machine will show you within 30 seconds or 60 seconds of the YouTube delay, but otherwise real time. And there'll be no change, of course, if it's a daily or an hourly signal, it will be what it'll be. And you'll get a chance to see exactly how Swing Machine would be positioned. And it gives you a chance to kind of, vet it out if you like. I'm happy to do it. And otherwise, we'll be here and I'll shut up. And now one of the things that we can do is, of course, we can build the alerts are there. We can build alerts on anything. So if somebody has Swing Machine on their desktop, and let's say they got all 5,000 stocks, I think there's 5,500. In the dot-com period, there were like 8,000 stocks. So there aren't as many. You could set an alert for when there's a new buy. You set the alert, you define the alert, and you have it sent to your email. And every day you would have to be running at some point, but every day you would get in your email basket, not an email from me, you would get an email from your own desktop from the stocks. So that back on November 7th, you would have seen the buy signal on NVIDIA, on AMD, on Broadcom, on all the chips. They can't hide. It's not possible. Now, can they sneak past you? Yeah. If you don't have Swing Machine and or don't have it set up to scan, but you could do that. So it's been suggested to us that that we should do this or that, and I'm always open to suggestions. One of the suggestions is, Don, why don't you build an alert service, and charge, whatever it is, we're not going to do that. We're never going to do that. There are plenty of people that do that. I would rather give you the tools, give you the knowledge, give you, how to set it up so that you can define your own alerts. And then you know where the alerts are coming from and on what and what they mean. We do, we do. So I hope that makes sense. I think it's a lot different from what everyone else. You take the hockey captain up in Connecticut up there, he was sounds like he was a hell of a hockey player. He's from Canada. And he's got a big multi-million-dollar company, and he's got all these crack research specialists or whatever. And he charges for this and he charges for that. And you have no idea, where and why the things are coming from. I mean, he's got probably thousands of people, tens of thousands maybe. Fine, do that. But that isn't us. If you would rather have the tools so that you can set them up yourself, we're going to give them to you. Going to be a lot of work, still going to be a lot of work. You still got to set them up. And then the other part is you got to take responsibility for it all. Our members are very comfortable with that. So, that's the other part of it, right? If you subscribe to a service that's just, spoon feeding that out, then you can, and, bitch and moan one way or the other, if it doesn't come through. But, this would, you would be setting up your own. And you can do, and we have folks that have done much, much better than us and blow us away. It isn't a zero-sum game. It doesn't hurt Susan and I. Because we're sometimes us like, well, why would you do that? It doesn't hurt us. These markets are so incredibly deep. We're getting done what we need and want to get done. We're okay with that. We're not going to get all, $6,000 or 60 grand or how much. We're not going to get it all. And if you get a share, it's not going to hurt us. You know, Excuse me. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It is high noon, and I am Bagadan at Stock Market Caddy. And we don't have a lot of folks that came by on YouTube, but that's okay. That's all right. Um, and we'll be here to answer any questions. The machine is doing what it's doing. A little struggling here. Um, I think it's a little extended on the upside, especially on the 5 minute. We're at on the fair gauge. We're at 70. It can go higher. It can certainly go higher. So if it does, the machine will capture a nice profit for us and try to work off a little bit of a drawdown. We don't win on every single trade, and we can't trade without drawdowns. So, any questions? Let us know. Is everybody going to watch the State of the Union tonight? You think he's going to whisper to us, or is he going to yell at us? Is he going to forget where he is? Oh, I feel for the guy. I mean, I really do. I mean, uh, I think his family is horrible to be putting him through. This guy should be in a cabin someplace in on Lake Toxaway fly fishing, not trying to run a country. My word, you know, the other guy might be better off doing the same thing too. I don't know. Not to go political, but you know what? Um, running a company is exhausting. Um, Running a country, I mean, somebody is, but it's not him. Now I'm keeping a casual eye on this trade. I'm really tempted to intervene because I think the market's even on a short-term basis, even on a 1, 3, 5 minute, I can see that fair gauge pushing 70, 80. Um, I'll be happy when it takes its profit. So we're going to stand back. But as an example, the machines got control over it, but you could intervene, what we call mechanically, and go ahead and take that $300 and knock down a dry down. Um, but I'm not going to do that. I will wait. And what I'm concerned with is this, we're getting a reading even on the 1 minute. If the 1 minute get to 80 and 90, then we'll probably hit our profit target and be out of this thing. But this is getting a little on a very, very short-term basis. It's getting a little extended, say the least. Check this out. From 340 this morning, $6,600. Now, folks, the people that were buying in the machines that were buying at 340, they bought thousands of these things. They buy and sell these futures contracts in the thousands. They're like potato chips. And they do it every day in and day out. And if we're down the other side tomorrow, and one of the things they could be doing, and they do, is, they could, they get long today, and then as it's running up, and they just pouring the leverage into the market. And what do? If they know the jobs number for tomorrow, if, Mr. Powell, hey, Mr. Powell, they tell him what's coming. What do? They go into the options market and take hundreds of millions of dollars and get zero DTE options for tomorrow. And I'm not suggesting anybody do that. We don't have a direct line with Mr. Powell. Wouldn't you like to have it just once? Just once. That's all you need, just once. And it's an ongoing relationship. You say, as George Carlin would say, it's a club and we're not in it. Ridiculous. Pelosi's in it. McConnell, imagine that the turtle, he was in it. He's still, what a fine job, McConnell. His family's set for generations, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars these thieves have stolen from the country. They don't care. They're all about protecting themselves. Pretty gross, but we won't go there. We're going to take care of ourselves. Right? That's what we're going to do. And we're happy to have you. And if any aspect of this resonates with you, we're not going to tell you what to do with your money or you should do this or should do that. We're going to try to help as best we can. We share with you what we're up to, how we look at it. I don't want to change anyone's views, though. I really don't. It is what it is. And when it comes to the markets, we just see it as money flow in this way, money flow in that way. Now, as a swing trader, see, this is intraday. So this is not swing trading. This is intraday trading. Swing trading, if you're trading for a few days, we think is more difficult because, if folks are swing trading and they're expecting, boy, I need the market to go down tomorrow. I mean, you're talking about the next bar, one bar. If you're trying to do that, you might want to be trading intraday, right? If you have the time, you have the capital, you have the interest. Because I did have a young lady who said, Don, is there just one thing? Is there just one thing that can tell me what the market's going to do tomorrow? The next bar. And there's a multitude of things, but there's no certainty in it. It is a game of probabilities. As a swing trader, the more time you can give yourself, especially if it's with options, and I'm not talking 10 days, I'm talking 35 to 45 days, you're going to do better. You're going to do better, and you're going to take some of the pressure and some of the heat off of your expectations. So I think sometimes, swing traders, they may not know, they may be swing trading and putting on trades for 3 or 4 weeks and then watching it intraday. Why not just trade intraday? But what they do is they get into checking their account value and just, picking up the phone and checking their account value. And that's not good. That's just cementing home, the greed and fear aspect of what you're doing, which is what a lot of people do. So we try to break everybody of that habit. And I mean, just dream for a moment. Just dream for a moment that you have swing machine. I'm going to share the dream with you, and we do share the dream. This tells you the signal. You could set it on a daily. You could put hundreds, thousands of stocks in there. When it signals a buy on a daily basis, the alert goes to your phone. You set it up, and it goes to your phone. You don't have to, yeah, you may miss it by a couple of days. It wouldn't have mattered with NVIDIA if you missed the order, by a couple of days. Maybe you wait 3, 4, 5 days, wait for it to confirm, and then add in. Starts going well, you're up 5%, 10%, 20% in a short period of time. Maybe add to them. So you can use these tools that we're using intraday. You can use them, for your investing purposes. And we do. We absolutely do. Now, these decisions that we make, for the longer term, um, there's no rush. We don't make them, in 5 minutes. And we have, plenty of time. So hopefully we're going to go up here and tag this. Bingo. All right. I feel much better about that. I wanted that profit. And the machine got it for us. All right. So we've been trading since 3 a.m. We're down $196 for the day. No big deal. And he's been trying to buy. Look at all these buys. Buy, 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 buy. Beautiful. Remember here yesterday? This was yesterday's action. Short, 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 short. He just, he's staying on the right side of the market. Now, I would really like to see this market stop the advance and start to break down. I'd feel better about it because I can see that we are extended up here. I'm not going to trade that, right? We have other tools to do that sort of thing, but it does look to my instincts. But so since Tuesday, we had a beginning balance of 25,000. We're up $2,663, trading one mini contract, and I haven't intervened at all. Now, we don't have it all calculated out. We will, so that we can document it for our members. And now, if you know, I don't know where we're going to be. Maybe I'd like to think maybe we got a shot still at be at 3 or 4,000 for the week. You do that 10, 20, 30 weeks in a row. You begin to do that with multiple markets. Things are going to change in your trading life. And they're going to trade, we think, for the better. And you just want to remember what you were doing previously and what you did to get where you got, and then bottle it and protect it. And don't let anybody pull, including me. If you are using some of our tools in a different fashion than we're using and you're having a fantastic result, I hope you'll share it with me. But at minimum, don't let me pull you off what you're doing. Keep doing it and write it down. Keep a journal, keep a record of it so that you can go back to it, right? You absolutely want to be able to do that. And you can only do so much at one time. We've been working on this particular approach now, well, ever since the COVID thing. So it's been like 2 or 3 weeks, and then we were set back. And I'm still going to be here. So there's other things that we want to do, but we can't do them all in one day or 2 days. It just, the old proverb there, it takes time, right? So any questions, let us know on YouTube. Is what it is. I mean, if you want us to plug anything in, if you're coming by for the first time and you want us to plug in a stock into Swing Machine while we're doing this, happy to do it. Love to show the baby off. Let's go. I'm going to go take a peek on another screen. Let's go see what those individual stocks are doing. Where is the money flowing today? Sure, Nvidia is up 31 bucks. The SPYs are up almost $4 or $5. AMD's up a buck. Bitcoin's up 700 or 800. Let's go get the overall market on the S&P 500. Let's who is moving NVR, which is like a $7,000 stock, 7,000, 85 bucks. Broadcom's up 46, Booking.com's up 40, Nvidia's up 32. These are all the chips. Lam Research 23, Mettler Toledo, I'm not sure what that is. 22 bucks. Now Services up, NOW up 14, Adobe up 12, Clack makes equipment for the chip makers. Qualcomm up 9, Deere up 9, Old Dominion jumps 9, ResMed up 8. I think that's ResMed. You know, they make stuff for sleep apnea. It's a good little business there. Costco up 8, Lilly just, you know, there's a pharmaceutical company that is just killing it. Pfizer is just dogging it. No money going into Pfizer. Align is up, braces, Redentis, iSurge. J&J owns a lot of iSurge. Netflix up 6. Who are they dumping? Equix, $800 stock down $6. Northrop Grumman. Probably don't like the fact that that whack job. The hell's her name? Newland. That's crazy. They're probably not real happy that she bailed out. Oh my God. Did you know? Again, I don't want to go there, but I didn't realize, she's one of these neocon hawks. And do you know that in the early days, if you see the early, she was a young girl, in this State Department. She's been there for 20, 30, way too long. She was, who she was chief of staff for? Cheney. Imagine that. She was chief of staff for that whack job, Cheney. And then she sticks around through the Bushes. She sticks around through the Obamas. She stuck around. She didn't want to stick around with the Trumpster, but she stuck around this guy. She just retired the other day. Oh, Jesus. I don't know. We won't go there. But probably going to land, at Northrop may be down because she's probably landing at one of the 5, Raytheon, Boeing. She'll be on so many board of directors. Time to cash it in. Who else is down? Target's down 1 and 2. JP Morgan's down a couple of bucks. CMG, $2,000 stock though. 2,600, only down a couple. MasterCard is down 3. Amgen down 4. CME down 4. Need some now please, you gotta be careful with this. We're not suggesting anybody do anything with their money. We're not. We're just looking at our tools. Our option club selector is suggesting a call option on Tesla. Tesla is trading at 176. So it doesn't have to be a call, but that's looking like maybe a bounce. Something called VICI, suggesting a call debit spread. Also suggesting a put credit spread on Apple down here. A put credit spread on UNH down here. And some of this stuff has come in. Not everything is going up, but there is still, we had a lot of stuff came in under the covers, and that's what they'll do. The banking cartel and the hedge funds, to protect their positions. They're famous for this. They will, they'll keep the highly visual stuff in the indices higher, and then they'll be selling out, some of the stuff under it and or taking bearish. Like Warren Buffett would say that he never sells anything, and maybe he doesn't. He does sometimes, but for the most part he isn't, and he's not trading. But you know what he does do? He sells deep in the money covered calls, the old fart, which is it's a synthetic sell. And he's famous for that. Famous. He's a smart old bugger though. I'll tell you what. Um, you're never too old. That guy didn't really he was I think he was on the way out when he was in his late 50s, just gonna hang it up. And I think he started his first hedge fund, kind of very, very late in life. We are seeing, I just want everyone to know, we can see it very clearly. We'll comment on this in tonight's video, but we're seeing some momentum divergence now on AMD up here at 212. Same thing with Nvidia. The momentum is starting to wane. Other stocks powering ahead. Microchip up 93, 90. Actually, excuse me, up $93 stock. Sorry about that. Kroger, what's going on with Kroger? They getting bought out by somebody? Or are they buying somebody? But they're up almost 8 and 9%. So another chip company, semiconductor on ON. Norwegian Cruise Lines at $20. Just been powering ahead. Cruises, boy, they're full. They're doing it. Real popular these days. Now we got some Pebble Beach reversals that I might look at. CMI, I would take a look at CMI on a chart. That's a Pebble Beach sell. Yeah, that looks toppy, but that looks like it's coming in. We get a Pebble Beach sell on CME, where that doesn't look too good. That's coming in. These would have triggered much earlier, but they still look like they're coming in. Principal Financial Group, that looks like it's coming in. Pebble Beach sell. What is this? This is Fidelity National. So some of these banks, that looks like it's coming in. Some of the banks are coming in. Um, News Corp. I'm not going to sell a $27 stock. Capital One COF is generating a Pebble Beach sell. Some of the Pebble Beach buys, which look interesting. VeriSign, VRSN, that looks interesting. Boeing looks interesting down here. It's generating a Pebble Beach buy down here at 202. Now that might be something where, like, I don't know if I want to get involved with Boeing and, but a way to get synthetically long Boeing is to, sell a put credit spread. So rather than buying the stock at 202, go down and sell, a 190, or look to sell. You got to know your way around the options chain, but at 195, 190, something like that for 35 or 40 days. We don't talk a lot about our option work because we're using options for 35 or 40 days, and they just take so long for them all to play out. I do know, I mean, there's some very wildly successful people that, buy and sell hundreds of option contracts, during the course of a day, but we're not doing that here. We don't work that hard. That's, I think, a lot of hard work. our Nicholas signal, now it'll be interesting what it does tonight. He is experiencing a drawdown. He is short, and I'm still very comfortable with it, but we'll see where the close is today. And now on YouTube, please, we're just sharing some things that you can look at from an educational standpoint, but please don't whether it be us or anyone, I don't think you want to take your money and just, throw on a trade because you heard somebody say something. I mean, that's not going that isn't going to be able to be repeated, right? We can repeat this day in and day out and just have more opportunity than we can possibly have money for. I mean, it's just every day. and the market just keeps, it's like a tsunami, isn't it? A tsunami of money just flowing in. Don't let me add to it though, right? Because the tide will go out, and it will, and it'll be big, there's going to be big tidal moves. But 2% today since 340. Billions of dollars are being transferred. Billions. So I hope you're getting your share. All we have to do is just be comfortable and get our share. We're letting the machine run this little program. I'm happy with what it's doing. I mean, I wish it was having a better day, but considering the fact we've been running since Tuesday morning, I haven't done a thing. I haven't intervened, haven't done a thing. And it's just, just doing its deal. Members, please know, it is PF, right? PF, being a little discreet here. But when I send out the beta copies, I will make a little short tutorial, tell you the settings, what we did, why we did it the way we did it. And the big change is the ordering instructions, which is going to be hopefully helpful with other things. So that's that we've been working with this HFT2 in this configuration for a couple of weeks, and it just was not happy with the performance measured to the back test. And so I think we got our arms around it. So pretty pleased with it thus far. So I hope you're doing okay. Any questions, anything you guys need, let me know. And just a wall of money. Again, we look at the NQ on the 5-minute 340 this morning. It tripped off right before the Treasury War Room opened. I mean, they were there. They're there all night, and $7,000. 7,000. Use the micro, you're up 700. You use 10 minis, you're up 73 grand. If you took it or didn't take it and used it as a barometer, all you would have wanted to do all morning is just take the 1 minute in the direction of the 5, time and time and time again. And we can come in. We've hidden a little tool here, not on purpose, not to hide it, but let me show you, or show the folks passing through on YouTube. We can come in here and we can see that how many trades there have been. So since 4 a.m. there have been actually it may be earlier than that, because there haven't been that many, maybe since midnight. I'd have to go in and look, but let's go look. Let's double check this. Could be midnight. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's midnight. So since midnight, there were 2 longs and 2 shorts, right? And the last one was the 340. On the 1 minute trade, there have been 13 longs and 10 shorts. But what we teach in the Q school, when we're teaching or introducing the swing machine to everybody, we ask everybody to use the 5-minute as the governor. So if the 5-minute is long, as it's been here since 340, don't take any of the shorts, just take the longs. Just keep taking them. Boom, boom, boom. And we can get the machine to do that as well. But That's where we start. But we don't usually count the trades here day in and day out. So I'm going to come in here to this little tool and I can hide the column. Hide it, just not to hide it, but just to make room. There we go. And so we're right back to where we have been. If anyone is passing through for the first time and wondering who we are, what we're about, just ask away. If you want us to plug in, now Swing Machine is monitoring the markets for us. We're not trading it specifically. We're not. We most certainly have members that are in all kinds of configurations. We're trading this, right? Which is a trading robot that we've been trading since Tuesday morning. And that robot completely on its own has generated, how much is that? Almost $3,000. Turning it on at 3 a.m. and turning it off at 3 in the afternoon, which we'll do it again today. We don't usually trade on Fridays, but you know what? We might. We might, depending upon where we finish today. And of course, we had some Fed speak today, got a jobs number tomorrow. It's always something, right? It's always something, but we just track the money flow. Let others make those big decisions. They got a hell of a lot more money than us. They got a hell of a lot more risk. We'll just tag along. But if you have a stock or a market, could be Bitcoin, could be gold, silver, palladium, and you want us to plug it in Swing Machine, and you want to tell me the interval, could be several intervals, I'll show you real time how Swing Machine is positioned. Now you're 30 seconds behind, but because of YouTube, but if it's a daily signal or an hourly signal, it's isn't going to change that fast. Excuse me, a bit of a cough there. And so I'm happy to do that. Swing Machine is running on the TradeStation platforms. I got a cough, sorry. Sorry, I still got this nagging thing. It is running on the TradeStation platform. In particular, they have a proprietary tool called a radar screen. They're the only company that has it. It's proprietary to them. Now, they have their own things that they plug in there, but we have developed years ago now more than 10, 15 years ago, Susan and I wrote our own proprietary code to speak to us in English in a manner and fashion that makes sense to us in our trading. And that's what Swing Machine does. Does not use moving averages, does not use stochastics and MACDs. And those things are okay. If you're going to use any one of those things, probably the RSI testing shows us RSI is probably the more valuable of them all. Some of the other stuff, not so much. But we don't use any of that. I just want you to know this is all original code. And by the way, this writing I put in, but this writing here, uptrend offense, this is being mapped out by the computer. So you can see it go into a rip or a dip or a downtrend. There has been no downtrend today. So we use the computer to interpret the price action and then speak to us in English. And we got a whole bunch. We got close to 70 other tools. And that's a beautiful thing. So, as an example, I love to show this off. Let's go after the biggest stock out there right now, the biggest story stock, and that is NVIDIA, NVDA. And let's put it on a daily view. Let's say that Don, I don't want to be a day trader. Well, we're intraday traders, but I don't even want to be a day trader. I don't want to be doing any of that. I want to be an investor. That's okay. That's all right. But how are you going to know when to get in? How are you going to know when to get out? Right? Because if you make a decision to get in, that's great. But how are you going to know when to get out? So let's put NVIDIA on a daily basis. Let's say, can I do this here? Yeah, here it is. All right. So we go to a daily. And so swing machine is long. Here's the signal, came in long. This is the signal age in bars, the bar being a daily. 84 days ago, it would have signaled to get long. At what price? The entry price, 457.51. Now, if you're listening to Guillaume or Dan Nathan, was playing football without a helmet. See that guy? I mean, he was shorting NVIDIA. He's been shorting NVIDIA since 200 a share. He's still shorting NVIDIA. Don't short NVIDIA. Just don't. But if you had gone along, give or take at 4 p.m. on November 6th, when everybody was bearish the market, you'd be up 100% in your money. Where are we today? The trend is solid, obviously. Now, on a daily basis, she's at 90. She's pushing into euphoria. Does that mean sell? Not really. Does that mean short it? Not exactly for aggressive traders, but if you owned NVIDIA, not saying anybody should do this, and she starts pushing up into euphoria, there are things that you can do without selling. Do you know that you could come in and sell a call against, if you have 100 shares of these, which would be quite a bit of money, you could sell a call at basically 800, the midpoint. And they're going to pay you for that call 800 to 918. They're going to pay you like 118 points plus probably another 50 or 60 some odd points. They're going to pay you a ton. Now, you could run the risk of losing, in 30, 35 days. If she keeps going higher, yep, you could get called out. You don't lose any money. You just protect the profit. But this is what Warren Buffett does. When they get into euphoria and the stock pulls and he sells a call, as the stock pulls back to 800, he's not sold the shares, he's sold the call against them. He can now buy the call to close, and he keeps the money, the difference in the money here today. And what does he do? And he applies that to the cost basis, and now he even owns NVIDIA at a lower cost basis. See, you want to be, not you, I don't want to be talking at anyone, but this is what we say to each other. We want to be diversified in what we are trading and how we are trading, not diversified in the Jim Cramer, those clowns that call Jim Cramer. Jim, I own 100 shares of Chevron, I own 100 shares of Exxon, and I own 100 shares of, I don't know, Rig or something, Am I diversified? No. You're all in, that kind of thing. We're not doing that. That's just going to dilute. We're diversified in our approach. I mean, if NVIDIA is moving, why not, put it all in. Just manage it, calculate risk. But you wouldn't commit now. The risk would be too high to initiate. You want to be up here. But NVIDIA would have been probably down in here when it went off. AMD. So if you want us to plug in any stock, I know you think, well, you're doing NVIDIA. How about Apple? Well, Apple, by the way, this calculation is calculating per share. We could put in an amount of money, but I don't want to take the time to do that. So it is per share. So Apple went short. So say you own Apple in your IRA account. And you're like, and it goes short 18 days ago. Now, you may not want to short it. You may not, be able to short it in your IRA. You might, by the way, one of the things that you can do with these big winners is take out your original investment, take a little bit of profit off. But you could have, if you came out of Apple 18 days ago, you would have saved yourself $16. You would have saved yourself a 10% haircut. Now, if you knew how to use options, you would have captured that profit. And you would have made probably in a leverage position on an option, you would have made a hell of a lot more than 10%. But here's Swing Machine playing both sides of the ball. Again, I don't want you to think I'm cherry picking stocks. I'm here, open kimono here on YouTube and inviting you to give me any stock or any market or any interval. And I'll show you. Happy to do it. Now, envision, if you will. I mean, see, we built what we wanted and what we needed for us. And we now share that. So my dream was to be able to have a tool that could help Susan and me know what side of the markets, specific market we should be on. But I also had a dream where I could have 500 of the S&P stocks or 100 of the NASDAQ or all of them plugged into something like this and then have them alert me and tell me when we need to be buying and selling. Because I didn't want to listen to Jim Cramer. I didn't want to listen to anybody. I wanted to, I wanted to play my game. Right? You go out on the golf course, you don't want to have somebody talking in your ear. You ought to hit it this way, you ought to hit it that way. Have you seen the meme? It's kind of funny. Very young, pretty girl. She's about 19, 20 years old. She's an LPGA professional golfer. And she was working on something. She was at Top Golf. And so, I mean, she's hitting the ball as pure. It didn't look to me like she was working on it, but she was. And a guy beside her, now somebody was filming her, probably her coach, and the guy beside her starts giving her instruction. It's funny. It's funny. And he's like, yeah, you might want to try, holding the club this way and that way. She's like, oh, okay. She was British, very, very polite, very, very nice. If you see the YouTube video, it's funny. And he goes like, yeah, I've been golfing for 20 years. And so she was polite. She goes, well, I'm just working on some things. So I'm going to hit this one the way I usually do. Right. And she smacks the ball, hits the ball like this guy's never hit a golf ball, and certainly not like anything I've ever hit. I mean, the thing goes like, 200 yards straight down the middle. And then you hear him say out of view, see, there you go. Didn't that help you? But she was so classy and so nice. I mean, she didn't say, hey, hey, I'm on the LPGA and I'm right in his face. We're not going to do that either. But we have been doing this a while, right? We've been doing it a long time. And if you are getting it done with whatever it is you're doing, keep doing it. It doesn't have to be with us. Just keep doing it. But if you're not getting it done and you're just doing the same thing over and over again and it's not working, and or worse yet, subscribing to someone and they're not willing to teach you anything, then you might want to stop and think about what you're doing. But if we went in and took this profit, but I'm going to let the machine handle it. We certainly could come up here and grab that profit, which would give us a profitable finish to the day. But I'm going to let the machine try to tag it again. And notice all day today, buy, 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 buy. Machine. That's what other people's machines and the hedge funds are doing. This was yesterday. Short, 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 short. Individuals sometimes will struggle because they have this, those stochastics. Those things are like the worst thing in the world, because this notion of being overbought or oversold in the stochastics, and we can plug those into our back test and they suck. They absolutely are terrible. RSI isn't so bad, but you got to know how to use it. But the stochastics are terrible. Have fun, everybody. We'll answer any questions, plug anything in. Let's put us back. Let's see if I can put this thing back to NQ H24. Now I got to get it back to a minute. Let's see if I can do that. Can I type. No, I don't want to change them all now. I got to screw this up. Oh, I got to guess. I can't see where it is. This is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Probably right there. That's 3 minute. Dang it. 2 minute. I can't see because of the writing on. I may have to drag this over. Nope. There it is. Nailed it. I want that profit, but I'm trying to sit on my hands. I really want that machine to take it, so that I can have pristine data here that I'm trying to sit on my hands and let the machine, play this out. But it would be fine, to run up there and to grab it. But we'll try not to let it come back into a losing position. But it should be very close to hitting the price objective. But I can see on that fear gauge, especially that 5 minute, we're pushing up into euphoria up in there, and the market is likely to pull back here a little bit. So we don't want to give that up. Okay, I'm going to I I just can't resist it. I'm going to close that trade. All right, so I can do that, not against the rules. And now what I need to do is reset the strategy. Let me before I do though, I need to look at a few things. Yeah, she's great. Yeah, she's really for our members, I just want you to know she's tracking really, really well. The accuracy here is really good. And so we're going to disable and restart. And we only got to run until about 3:30 at most. And let me just double check something here. So now, yeah, and the thing of it is, guys, she's running better the difference between the live data and the historical data is is very much in our favor here. So I'm still very, very pleased. This is for annual members, and we'll explain in the video. Jeff, take it. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it is. It's, I would have liked to have gone, but as Jeff says, best practice is that, to take it. And we did. Thanks, Jeff. And but it's back on again. So we'll see what it does here. So since 3 in the morning, the strategy itself, even though it took all these and had some drawdown, it worked that off. We're up 216. Since Tuesday morning, you can do the math. We're up $3,000. And yes, you could be looking at Swing Machine and saying, but you could have taken that trade and you'd be up 7,500 on. Yeah, it's been going up all morning, all day. It might go to 10. That nuts? Here, our members know this, but for the benefit of those that are passing through, I don't ask why. Okay, I don't, right? Um, I don't ask myself why is it going up? I don't ask myself why is it going down? That's the rational side of one's brain. I It doesn't matter. I don't know. Even if I could take a guess, a wild ass guess at it, it doesn't matter, right? It may make you feel better, but those thoughts, those emotions, those narratives, that's what gets in your way, right? Golfers, I love reading about golfers. I love the game. I love the sport, and I get it. Professional golfers will talk about, staying in the present. The here, HERE, the here and now, my Boston accent of sorts. Why is that? Because it really doesn't matter the earlier shots. You know? It doesn't matter what you did yesterday. It doesn't matter what we do tomorrow. But our mind, because we're humans, we have a tendency to, we learn from the past, and we have this Dewey Decimal System type of cataloging events, and we learn from that, and that's fine, but not in the trading world. And we don't want to be fearful of, the lion coming to eat us. If we stay proportionate, we stay disciplined, we use machinery, we don't have to worry about that. So I don't have to be concerned with the market, going down, 10% in a day. If it does, we'll be out. Right. But if I'm, balls to the wall long in my IRA account and I have no idea what I own, I have no idea why I went in there. And yeah, I've got, I don't, but I would have huge exposure. Right? You can ignore it, you can bury it, but history is replete with, one day that might be that lion. I hope not for everyone's sake, but tells us that it can happen. You know? September 10th, Susie and I were staying in a beautiful place right on the California coast. Beautiful, right on the ocean. Susan woke me up that morning. We were getting up to go to the Hearst Castle. Say, hey, Donnie, you got to get up. I was a little jet lagged, and I'm seeing something on the TV that doesn't look right, Don. I'm like, oh, I kind of roll over. No, no, Don, you need to see this. I don't know if this is something real or if this is some sort of movie or something, but something's, I think, has happened in New York. Well, when she said that, first words were, holy shit, what? I leapt out of bed. And it was September 11th. And it was, at that point, I think it was about 10:30 Eastern Standard Time, right? So we were 3 or 4 hours back. And I was just, oh shit. I mean, we all know where we were. And I immediately looked at my watch. I was concerned about everything. I was concerned about what was going on, but I was also very concerned for our future. I said, Susie, get me my phone. And at that time in 2001, I had to call some brokers. Had all I could do to get through. I got through, and it's now, so it would have been, yeah, it was, but the markets were already closed. They weren't even open. And I talked to the guy and I said, Don, they're closed. Okay. How bad? Don, they closed them. Now what? I don't know, Don. Don't know if they're going to open tomorrow. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're kidding me. No. Well, they didn't open. Right now, this seems like ancient history, right? It's 20 something years ago, but it seems like yesterday to me. Right? This is after the dot-com shit. Never saw that coming. I mean, literally at it, nobody. And they held them closed for 5 days. I'm like, what are we going to have when they open? We're going to have what we have. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to try to stay open or not. Now, it was 20 something years ago. And I wasn't selling that day. I was buying. And in the immediate days after that. But we didn't have Swing Machine then. We didn't. We had the thoughts of it. We were discussing it actually on that trip. And but I remember it just came out of nowhere, you know. You just never know. And I hope not. But so there are some things when we finish that experience, you don't have to be scared of it, because nothing like that has happened since and may never happen again. May never. And so you don't want to miss the opportunities. But if you aim small, miss small, can get yourself disciplined, patient, and get yourself hedged and really understand what you're doing, you stay nearby and you'll be, you can maneuver. You can maneuver. But if you're, oblivious, I mean, maybe some people can get through it, but they could have been, they can close these things for months. Had another story. The members know this. I don't know if you know this or not, but they can close trading on a stock, not just for days. This happened to me. I've never bought or sold the stock since. I bought 1,000 shares of Boston Scientific for about $43 back in the day. I was only going to hold it for a couple of hours. And all of a sudden it locks up. I'm like, wait a minute, is my screen frozen, Susan? Susie was with me. No, everything else is trading, Don. What the hell? Just stopped trading. The CEO had something material that he needed to announce, and they halted trading. Oh, okay. How long are you going to halt it for? We don't know. Oh, you going to open it up today? We don't know. And they didn't open it. Well, then it'll surely open up tomorrow. No, it didn't. What? What's he got to announce? Something good, something bad? Nah, he's not saying. And nobody cared. I cared. Maybe some of the other people cared. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. But I cared. I had $43,000 on that son of a bitch. And I didn't know what was wrong or good or bad. And you know it's not going to be good, right? If I was short or long, but I'm long. 3 weeks later, 3 weeks later, it was locked up for 3 weeks. And yes, I did call and leave messages for the CEO. He didn't return my phone call. He really didn't give a crap. And the message was, you SOB, I will never buy your stock again. Oh my God. It opened. It opened and of course it was down. It's down six, 5 or 6 points, 5 or 6 grand right off the top. Boom. I dumped it and never went back into it again. The stock went from the 40s down to 2, and now I think it's back into the 40s again. But I wouldn't buy that thing for myself, or any stock, that put me through something like that for 2 minutes. Now, if I had done options, at least my risk would have been defined. But I didn't really, so it can happen. I did not know that could happen. Not that long ago, a couple years ago, I did not know that futures could go negative. The oil futures actually went in negative. Now, I'm not sure. I think your brokerages would have closed you out, but there were people that would have had to come up with money to get out of their positions. I didn't know that such a thing. The swing machine would have kept you out of it. You would have either been short or out of it. But so the markets can do some crazy things. And if you don't have visibility and you don't have any tools and you have sizable amounts of money in these markets, good luck. That's all I can tell you. Because if you don't have visibility, you don't have visibility. And you don't have tools, you don't have tools. And if you don't have a discipline, you don't have a discipline. And it is just going to be a matter of time. And you could take one right on the chin, a body blow. So don't get lulled into it. Could we trade? We trade a lot, right? But you're not seeing all our trades here. We trade a lot, and but and we could trade, with more margin than we do and more leverage. Intraday, we use some pretty healthy margin that is responsible and proportionate for us. As we go out, 1 to 2 days, 1 to 2 weeks, 1 to 2 months, 3 or 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, going further out, the margin comes way, way down or no margin at all. Because the more time you go out, the more uncertainty there is. It does not get easier unless you're a stock pimp on CNBC and you're giving, the Tom Lee. Oh, I think the NASDAQ is gonna be, Joe, at 21,500, at the end of the year. Okay, all right. We'll see you tomorrow, Tom. And maybe it does and maybe it doesn't, right? And you won't see that guy. And if it doesn't, and it goes down 20%, they won't bring him on. So little cynical there, but nothing, and there's nothing wrong with being cynical. Not cynical, excuse me, skeptical. I think there could be, I think you want to be easy with this, the cynicism. It's a little too easy to be, cynical per se, but skeptical. I'm certainly skeptical, and I think you should be, of everything. And that is when we come back to swing machine. If a person makes the commitment to come through the Q school, that is the idea behind. I think that you should be skeptical, should start out skeptical, and then hopefully over 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we give you the tools, we give you the coaching, and then you get to answer that question. And will these tools and will this approach will it work for you? And you answer that question, not me. It's better, you know. So that's why we do it the way we do. Does it take more time? Yep. Is there more risk or anything? Risk is the bad word. Is it? You know, it's just the way that we choose to approach this. We just think it's the responsible and the mature thing to do. And I know not many or nobody else really does it that way, but we do. So if you got any questions, we're going to let this thing run. She's been flagging. I kind of don't want her to go up anymore. I don't want any more buys because I know where we are. But let's just go. Let's just see if we can put this. Let me go to this one if I can see the hourly. See if I change it. I'm gonna have to guess at where that 1 minute is. Let's see if I can see this. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I don't want to mess with it, but I gotta believe the hourly is gonna be, you know, up into euphoria. So this market is prone to want to come in here. And if it does, hopefully the machine will pick it up here and we'll get another, maybe one more trade off and have a nice day. There are going to be, so, you know, you might want to run to Publix and get some munchies because the State of the Union address tonight, they're going to be 2 intermissions. How long are those going to be? Is he going to know which way to get off the stage? Is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? I mean, what in the, how long is that going to take? We got to wait for this guy to come down off that podium and go to the John, go to the Lou, and then come back. Oh God! I mean, he may not finish this thing until 2 in the morning. Oh, what are we doing, folks? Are they serious? I hope it's a joke, but I don't think it is. Oh my God! What an embarrassment! Jesus. Okay, so I just want to make a comment for those that are watching on YouTube, whether they're watching now or even down the road. You're seeing this light up short. So let me just kind of mark this up a little bit. Now we can't possibly give you, in minutes or an hour, what we're doing with folks during the Q school, but we can give you a little bit of an idea. And this is not a red light, green light system. So we would not suggest that new traders take this short. We would say no. And the reason for that is, let me cross this out, would say no, don't take it, because it's a counter trend to the 5-minute. The 5-minute is long. So you can make money on these counters. You certainly can do that, but you'll trade more. It'll be more difficult to make the money. It will be. And you've got to be extremely disciplined and patient. When we take it back, you got to be extremely disciplined on these. And we think very mechanical if you do take counters. Eventually, what's tricky about this is that every trend starts with a counter trend, but not every counter trend is going to become a trend. So we would suggest that nobody do this online or on YouTube, but because that this is long, the person should wait and let this fail. And then when it goes long, as it's done 13 or 14 times today, go long again. You'll make the money quicker and faster, and you'll make more of it. And we can look at the back test and give, our Q school folks a lot more to shoot against than to understand. But that's what we will be doing. Now, eventually, I don't know if it's going to do it this time, but eventually you're going to get a counter trend that is going to be very successful. And it's going to become so successful that you may be in the trade for an hour off of the minute, and the 5-minute then begins to fail. And how does one handle that? And how do we manage that? That we go into great detail, with folks in the Q school. So that you have to know that that's there, because again, every, you can trend follow along TFL. You can trend follow short. I should have done it in red. And then you can counter trend long, and you can counter trend short. And that's it. There's only those 3 ways to trade. And the shorts are obviously red. They have different characteristics. These two here have much different trading characteristics than these two. And these guys are very seductive, and new traders fall for them all the time. And not only are they seductive, though, too, is that most of the time they're just a counter trend, but every once in a while they become a trend. And if you are a new trader and you don't know and understand all that, and you put on some counter trends and they turn out to be hugely successful because they turned into a trend, that leaves you with a muscle memory that, that time you hit the 7-iron when you were in Denver, Colorado playing Beaver Creek, and that 7-iron went 200 yards and wow. And then you get back to Tampa Bay and you break out your 7-iron and you think you're going to hit the golf ball 200 yards. That's not going to happen, right? The conditions, change. So we spend a lot of time in Q school discussing this, because we have to show you mathematically and graphically, and what we're trying to do is to make you aware of certain things, because if you are aware of it, of what's possible, your anxieties and your emotions will begin to subside, right? So if you know from someone that when you go to Colorado and play golf at Beaver Creek, because of the altitude, the golf ball is going to go a lot further. You can say, okay, you can make adjustments, but sorry, when you go back home and get to Tampa Bay, you're not going to have that altitude and the golf ball is not going to travel that far. So you kind of want to know about something like that in advance, right? Um, keep you from losing money out on the golf course. And we do have members that are pretty good golfers, like scratch golfers, and they just laugh when I talk about hitting a 7 iron 150 yards. They think that's just a hoot. Um, no, I think they hit that with their wedge. I'm just going to show this. Doesn't always set up this way, and it's not perfect, but I want to just kind of draw this out here so that folks see this. Maybe I should let's see if I can. Yeah, if we counted that as a high, counted this area as a high, this area as a high, right? So we get three of them, and then she breaks down, takes out those lows. And then she comes back, and I'm going to count this as a new high. Here, this area here as another high. Here's another high. Here's another high. And here's another high. 1, 2, 3, she falls down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On almost any style of chart you do, anything, daily, weekly, monthly, anything, could be a stock, could be a market. You start getting up to, if we get there, to a 6 count or higher, but particularly a 6 count, if we get there, you better be thinking about, not pushing your luck. So that's why I said I'm not crazy about the machine getting it. If it does get it, best practices is if I can make 100 or 200 bucks, I'll probably take it, because the likelihood is that, please don't trade this, right? But either later today or after the market closes or tonight, that we're gonna probably, pull this back. So I'm just gonna get rid of all those little diamonds. But now we got things that can count those and mark those for sure. But I just bring it out to your eye because I can see them. The count. This was 1, 2, 3 failure. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. We're up to almost up. We're at a 5 count, and we might have one more to go. But and it's 2:30. Going to be an interesting close. No, I want everyone to know I didn't expect that we were going to go this long on YouTube, but we gave everybody a chance to slide through. We'll probably be shutting down. We might, go to 3:15 or so. Then we will shut down, and we will turn the program off. I'd rather not run any programs in the last 15 to 20 minutes. Although that is the time of the day that we love to put on our option trades, right? So we don't trade our options at the beginning of the day. We trade them at the very end of the day. And our programs, I don't like having them on in the last 15 to 20 minutes. It's a little crazy. Okay, don't want to interfere with anyone's trading here. And I'm not, handing out a fish, right? May or may not work out. I'm not putting this trade on. I'm letting the machine handle it. But downtrend, defense, starting to say goodbye to level number, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the trade that we took the profit, as Jeff put, exercising best practices, we took the profit. We made $500. If we hadn't taken it and waited for the machine here because we were extended here and it looked ripe, we would have lost 350. All right, so it is what it is. But I'm also not going to trade um, the seat of my pants here. I mean, we could if we were trading it, but it was tempting, right? And in 3 minutes, $600, $700. Now, this right now is still a counter trend to this earlier trade, but we still got an hour to go here, folks. And this could be, we could sell all the way into the close, especially if they know what that jobs number is. If that jobs number comes in hot, which I think it will, then he isn't cutting. He isn't cutting. He really should be raising rates. Really should be raising rates. And the market's going to do whatever, but who knows what they're going to do. I think on a political map, I'm very suspicious. I think the Fed is anything but apolitical. I think it's as political as every other agency and division of this government. Just like, the Supreme Court's not political. It's nonsense. They're political, these judges, these appointed judges. But I digress a little bit, but I go back to the spring of 2008. We had a lame duck president that was going out. That was George W. Good riddance. But we had Obama and McCain fighting it out. And what happened in the spring in 08? Well, should have happened earlier. But in the spring was, the debacle, the financial crisis. They fit it in. They fit it in the scene. It happened. And I can remember in June, things were still very, very dicey. And who comes out and throws gasoline on the fire? Schumer, the senator from New York. And he publicly starts talking about the IndyMac Bank in California being, getting ready to go boobs up. He just threw it out there. And it really roiled the markets. Those people don't say those things by accident. I mean, he's from New York, he this money centered banks. He was asked to say it. And that financial crisis hit right in the summer months before. Didn't catch us off guard, caught McCain off guard, didn't catch Obama. Obama was being told what to say, what to do. Remember McCain goes flying back to DC and he was done then. So where are we today? We don't have we kind of have a lame duck, but do they want to, whether this guy's staying or not, do they want to orchestrate something now? Put the fear of God into the markets, into the American public between now and the summer months so that the Fed could step in. Now, they can't step in October and September. It's too late. It's too close to the election. They can't do anything. But if they could get a hard sell-off here and now, between now and June, and really roil the markets and and then maybe in June or July they could maybe deliver the cut that they want. Would they be so diabolical? Do you think they got those political maps? You betcha. They're writing the script. They're going to try. Now, the other thing is, the state of the onion tonight. Might those I don't know if they're going to be intermissions, but is this guy going to announce that he's done? We just had Victoria Nuland. She's a deep stater. She's been around a long time. She's out of there. Does he announce tonight at the State of the Union that he's not running? It's getting close. Getting close. I mean, at some point, it is March. Wouldn't that be something? Be interesting. We shall see. I'll have the machines on. May not be live on YouTube, but if we get that type of political event, this is for annual members, we get some violence during a speech like that. Probably one of the best programs to have up is Point and Figure Chipper. Right now, we're going to hopefully enhance Point and Figure Chipper here in the next week or two, but that's a pretty nice one. We saw when Trump got elected, the market went down like it was crazy, and then came slamming right back up that night. It was the swing, one futures contract. It was like $10,000 down and then 10,000 plus coming back. It was, and then it was off to the races from there. Point and Figure Chipper was all over it. So, any case, we'll see. I think the fun and games in DC are just getting started. I think Nuland's departure is a hint, and I think we should be prepared for almost anything. And if it captures the imagination of the American people, especially where these markets are, they could run. Don't know. Good luck, everybody. We'll be here. See if we can get one more trade off. We're 306. We're not going to go much past 330. We'll see if we can get one more off on the machine. I'm not going to do it manually. And by the way, I'll just say this is that when it comes to the politics things, it's a part of a sport to me. I don't really I have as much contempt for both sides. I really at this juncture I'm pretty talking about cynical, but you know I just it is what it is, and well, we're going to trade around it. I love the volatility, and just hope that neither side blows us all up. But in any case, financially or any other way. Okay, folks, we're going to turn this strategy off, right? We don't want to risk anything further here. I'm going to disable. And so we're in the house with a 216. We'll take it. We're in the house for the week, 3 days. We will run it. Let's run it again tonight. We'll turn it on at 3 a.m. It will turn itself on. We'll probably run until about noon tomorrow, then stop and reassess. And hope everyone had a good day.